Alright, welcome back, folks. It's day 8 of Inktober. Today, prompt is hike. And I'm gonna be real, it was a tough one. And honestly, we're gonna stick to some basics. I told myself I was gonna refrain from rehashing like an older prompt, like something related to an older prompt. However, I think this one is different enough, I would say. I don't know if I'm gonna make this more of a sketch. Actually, you know what? Might be worth looking at pencil. Let's look at, see if I can find like a better. Ooh. So I recently, it's been a while since I updated Krita, but I guess none of the default brush sets changed, but I haven't really, intriguing. I haven't really tested out any new one, like try out the older ones to see if this one's interesting. So it kind of reminds me of a pencil proper, where like if you press down really hard, like if you are very light, it's kind of like shady, but when you press down really hard, it kind of like focuses up. Interesting. What about this one? That's kind of interesting too. I think this one's too soft. Trying to think of one for line work. This one's interesting. It's kind of fat though. Ooh, that's a little. And I use this one quite a lot for shading purposes. It's kind of nice too, although I prefer this one. Huh. I got some ink ones. See if I can. I think this is the liner. Actually, most of the time I use this G pen. Yeah. Still like it. Oh, that's a little spottier. Yeah. I don't really have a go-to pencil S thing. I kinda like this. No, it has too much of a. This doesn't go too hard. It's too soft. Maybe I'm just not a pencil. Yeah. Largely for the shading, so let me try. Gonna remove some here. I don't need this. Usually I stick with the G pen. What else? Yeah, that's my default. I'm not sure about this one yet. I'll keep that. Ugh, nah. Okay. Interesting. I think I'm really liking this brush a lot. I really like this brush. Although, you have to admit, this one is pretty sweet too. Not this one. This one. Or like a smooth thing? That this one. I'm gonna find an opportunity to use that. These are all situational. 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 I kind of like this to complement the... Interesting. I think I might like this more than this one. Let's... What was this? Is it this one? Yes. Yes. Hang on. Okay, yeah. What about that? Let's grab this. Oh, it's already in. Okay. I don't think I'm going to. Wait. Oh, I already have it. Okay. I don't think this is going to be useful. I do like this. I don't think I'm going to use this. Alright. That's pretty good. Alright, let's get back to today's. Take a little bit of time. Alright. So let's just default to this for sketching. Okay. Alright. So Okay. I'm okay with that. Hmm. That's a little weird looking. All right. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. I'm drawing another backpack. Who would have thought? Hmm. Hmm. All right. So now the question is, how the heck do I clean this up? Okay. Oops. That's a little too much. Hmm. Nah, we're not gonna draw digits. The heck with digits. Maybe something like this. Oh, that'll work. Yeah, that'll work. That's a little off-centered. That's fine. Could you just draw for 1 month each year? Why not just do once a week or something? Because I prefer to do it that way. When you say why not, I say why not. Same difference. The shorter answer is because I have a lot of other things to do. I don't do this professionally. I'm not incentivized to do any of this, so don't really need to do it once a week. I think that's the short story of it. Why not? tend to do a lot of things differently for the sake of fun. So that's probably like a response for why not once a week or something. Largely because once a week I'm also doing other things. Do you like drawing regularly, Corn? Is that something you do? Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. For how long do I do this? Does this experience knowledge last? I don't know. I'm not too focused on whether the experience or the knowledge lasts or not. I do this every once a year. So that's most of the other stuff that I do involves this experience, so they just come in different dimensions. Right. I like the Japanese culture. I like playing video games. I like watching anime. I like watching manga. I like watching Netflix shows, Pixar, Disney. So most of this knowledge lasts largely because it's part of my everyday life. So you don't necessarily have to output all the time in order to retain the knowledge you have. I am a person that prefers to be someone who does 80-20. I like to integrate most of my experiences together. So whenever I have an inclination to watch things and look at visual effects and whatnot, I put them in my back pocket. I put them in my back pocket until it's time to draw again. So over the years, while I'm not drawing, I'm inputting, much like language learning. You don't have to literally do the things to make things be relevant. So you can reinforce your knowledge and skills and appreciation for things in different ways without having to literally output or bootstrap them. I'm a collector of skills. And that involves constantly doing different things involving the skills you already have. That's kind of probably another motivation. What does language learning have to do with art? Well, currently I'm learning Japanese and Chinese, and one of the things that Chinese and Japanese have is Hanzi, kanji. And Hanzi and kanji involves writing per se, but I see it as drawing as well. life has really wonderful ways of engaging and being creative about integrating your skills that you acquire along the way. When I write a story, I also imagine pictures and things. So when I memorize information and whatnot, I also imagine them and picture them in my head. At the current time, as I'm learning Chinese and Japanese, I'm imagining myself writing them and what type of prompts do for them. So here in this year's Inktober thing, I'm taking my 6 months worth of discussion, intellectual discussion around the Japanese language and the Chinese language to add a Chinese touch and a Japanese touch to all my prompts. So it has inspired me to do that this year. That's pretty much what I'm doing now. I think knowledge sits with you whether you do it or not. When you choose to involve them over time. But watching movies is a lot about art as well. Watching visual effects and all that. A lot about art. If you keep them with you, keep using them in creative ways, they stay with you. No questions. I generally don't have too much concerns about worrying about things sticking with me or not. If they don't stick with me, then they aren't important. So yeah, certainly there are things that I forget or I need to retrain perhaps. However, I would be a different person next time around. So generally speaking, it would end up being a different experience. Much like this. Different experience every time. Do you enjoy drawing at all, Corn? How do you engage with art? I don't think we're gonna go crazy with landscape. I'm actually quite tired of landscape. And I've been doing landscape the last couple days. Pretty. Gonna take like a break from that. You do it once in a while, it mostly helps you calm. Not very good, but you try. That's all that matters to me. That sounds delightful, Corn. This does calm me down quite a bit. Like, I have to say that yes, it does take. I'm more of a. I brainstorm about it a very long time, and then finally get a chance to express it on the canvas. So it takes me a long time to find the urge to draw. So I see it more like a setup for a treat. I spend the year doing other things, trying to collect other experiences, and then once a month, I leave it on the canvas, right? I'm more of a bursty kind of person, so this is my way of pressing, pressing things that I've been thinking about for a while. It's kind of like writing a book, I suppose. Um, you get into the mood, you double down, start writing a book, start writing some stories, and then it's on paper. There it is. And then you move on to the next adventure. So I decided that rather than potentially not doing this at all, over time and whatnot, I decided that sure, why not? Let's do it once a month. My drawings are not particularly like I'm not aiming to be like a gold standard of anything. I just like drawing in general, so that's usually sufficient for me. I don't think I usually do things in order to be good at them. I do things, the things I choose to do because I enjoy doing them. That also includes like language learning. I think that's kind of nowadays. I feel like there's a lot of emphasis on if you're gonna do it, you're gonna try to do it consistently in order to show improvement or some sort of progress. And I totally get the attraction. However, I no longer really have the desire to do that. The things, or what I mean is I don't usually think of it that way. If you enjoy doing the things you choose to do, not the things you have to do, right? I wanted to make an emphasis that I don't do this professionally. So I'm not a professional artist who gets paid to do anything like this, so no one technically asked for me to do this. And the things that I choose to do, I do because I enjoy doing them. And if it means improving or something, that's pretty good, but I'm looking for life experience. You learn with just Duolingo or doing something else? Everything. Everything I do involves language learning. Even right this moment. Less panda is what I'm drawing right now. Kakimashita. Or kaite imasu. Less panda no e o kaite imasu. Bakupaku, right? Shotatsu, shoto pantsu, right? Shatsu, things like that. It goes on in my head. I already mentioned that I watch anime and all that jazz, so those are things we used to study or use exposure. I think language at this point is largely exposure. So is drawing exposure. I think usually a good gauge is maybe if I engage in something for between 6 months to 1 year. My focus is to develop a lifestyle, a basic like a foundational appreciation for the system at work, or a way to then engage into consistent exposure to learn something. So I think after I haven't ever language learned before this, but after using Duolingo as a starting position, I think I've understand the foundation of how I would approach self-studying a language. So nowadays, I don't really need to aggressively go out of my way to learn things, but to engage in things that are important to me. And when they are important to me, I can negotiate and encourage myself to learn Japanese and Chinese. So I would say everything else I do involves Japanese or Chinese in some way. And that, to me, is how I go about keeping experiences close to me. So my drawing experience don't necessarily go away. The difference is that over time, it's going to be different. I'm going to have watched other movies, different shows, and those things inspire me to draw more from time to time. And I bring them on. So I don't actively draw between the years, between the months. However, that doesn't mean my ability to perceive prompts and concepts and drawings do not improve. It's kind of like language learning when you're doing only input. I happen to enjoy doing that for pretty much all my skills. Like the skill I'm using right now, which is conversation. Developing like stories, explaining what I typically do, that kind of stuff. I do that every day too. When I watch an anime, I think about how I'm going to explain it to someone else if they're interested. Every time I log off stream, right when my stream ends, I'll be consuming other people's things, and I ask myself, how am I going to explain this if someone was curious? And that's usually how I practice my conversational skills. I like relaxing too. I'm a little exhausted. What can I do to improve relaxation? As an example as well. Just gonna draw some blobs here. Let our eyes fill in. Do you language learn, Lauren? What are you doing at the moment with language learning? I generally ask also if you do it professionally or not, because I think there lots of the things I say requires context, right? I'm quite laid back when it comes to skill development and whatnot, because I tend to be more focused on quality of life and hobbies and the like, as opposed to professional things. So like, by no means I don't expect people to learn anything from watching me do artwork, other than enjoy and be encouraged to also do artwork themselves. I thought about turning my artwork into Anki cards or something. Maybe something like that. I thought about it too. That's a great way to encourage myself to draw. While also maybe producing a product that others might want to. Hey, I think that's enough vegetation. I don't want to go too on that. I think our coloring is good. Pretty conservative. All right, let's get these guys a little bit more. uh, Kodama. Let's give this guy a smile. This guy's a little too upset. Might want to round out. Maybe we'll round out dude's face. Okay. 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 All right. Have you tried those official language tests like JLPT to check how much you know? Uh, I kind of did. I mean, I look at the materials that they cover. I lots of people asked about that earlier on in the days, and the only time I actually did that was the only time I did that was way in the beginning, where I was curious what happened after 100 days, but I didn't do it after that. We did like a mock, I did like a practice exam on JLPT 5, so maybe like 160 days ago, we got like an 80% on a mock JLPT 5 exam. That was like 150 days ago. Exams, I'm not the biggest fan on exams. I typically avoid those type of metrics. I do self-evaluation on my own, to go over things and whatnot as I go. Now my usual reviews and stuff on my own progress and whatnot happen every 100 days. Or is it every 50 days? It's every 50 days. However, I might move it to every 100 days because as your vocabulary and stuff gets bigger and things require like time dilates and you're more engaging in immersion and whatnot, things take longer. So I'm starting to dilate the things. I used to do reviews every 25 days to like see where I am, cover, recall all our grammar and stuff. I think no, that's fine. Outside that, no, I don't really have any particular interest yet. Maybe if some interesting developments, perhaps. I check my own performance the way I typically do. Keep myself honest, right? Do progress reports, record things. That's how I track. Develop new methods, keep evolving my learning strategies, and then trust the process because of learning strategies. This is a little bit of a foreign concept. But in terms of JLPT level in Chinese, I don't know how it's called. What would you say my level, like intermediate? If I had to be conservative, like if someone asked me what my conservative response is, I would say I would consider myself an intermediate, yeah. maybe like first half intermediate, where I would be right now. It would be kind of my artwork right now too. So it'd be where my artwork is right now, whatever you consider this as. It's enough to create things and construct things, write things. So like, whatever that means, really. I wouldn't have any problems trying to describe things slowly with enough time and figure out how I would express things, and I think that's enough. So if I ended up talking to someone long enough, we would get to the point without necessarily having to go to a dictionary or something. And of course, we're talking about JLPT here, so that's largely about knowledge. It's about measuring knowledge and not necessarily feelings. JLPT does not, examinations do not necessarily tell you much about feelings, like execution, communication style, whatnot. Largely knowledge-based stuff, which I'm all for. Knowledge-based stuff is great. When I talk about like life skills and communication and whatnot, I typically that's the stuff that I typically focus on when it comes to like improvement in skill. Meaningful stuff to me. Like, do I like to use it? Do I have to think about it? That kind of thing. Like, how often do I enjoy using Japanese or talking about Japanese? And how much of an impact does it have in my normal lifestyle? Those are the things that give me an idea of where I am for myself. I think my level of artwork would not be sufficient if I don't think about artwork very often. Not necessarily exactly the output. You do so much different stuff. Have you tried coding? I have coded before. Yes. Actually, that was part of my career. I didn't branch out into any more coding, but at some point I needed to understand how Python works, Perl, MATLAB, and R. And then I had a few people who I'd met online and whatnot who started computer science courses and whatnot, and we had a fun time figuring out things or troubleshooting things in C. I only to apply like problem solving skills and whatnot. So whenever like this goober needs like a second opinion, like, oh hey, do you see any errors? I know enough syntax like behavioral stuff that is translatable between coding languages to ask questions, proper questions. Like, hey, do you think this looks weird? I don't think this is pointing to, because you still need to learn all the syntax between the coding things. I'm largely a Python user, so it's just Python. Here we go. Here's our prompt. Not too shabby, if I do say so myself. Not too shabby. Now we're just gonna put in some color, and we'll have our hiking prompt. And let's see. I'm not sure if I'm going to do anything about the sky. I don't think I'm going to do anything about the sky. Not Pearl? Oh, yeah. I mean, Pearl, here's the thing about Pearl. One of my colleagues already did Pearl, so they kind of just told me how Pearl works. Nice job with the art yesterday. Yeah. What the heck does that mean? Lotus. I don't have either of those characters yet. Something D. What ends with D? No idea. Not enough context for me. Okay. This is gonna be our coloring prompt today. Yama, alright. I didn't really draw a mountain, but Yama, okay. I see the Yama. What's the other character? It could have been anything. It could have been any read, because I don't know the other character. Nobody. Oh, mountain climbing. Interesting. Interesting. So is it actually red? Yama nobody? Or does Yama have a different read when it's next to nobody? Yama? Interesting. Mountain climbing. Alright. Well, we're hiking. The prompt is hiking, but this is what I got. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, Pearl. One of my colleagues used Pearl, and I learned Python as a complement. So they made a I don't know, kind of like a script, I suppose. They made a fairly complex script to like parse out specific data that a sequencer for a very specific experiment required, and then I basically kind of just scripted other things around it. Yeah. Do you know how to write Kodama? What is does Kodama have a kanji? Do you happen to know? That's our element today. I did end up reusing the red panda, but that's usually my mascot anyways. Like, I'm used to drawing red pandas in whichever position. Might as well draw a subject. I haven't done too much subject pieces. Kodama. These things. Kodama. Okay. Yeah, yesterday's piece worked out really well. Only it's like okay. I think yesterday's piece was really nice, but boy howdy, did I tell you, Osaka Castle? Holy. Although near the end I kind of understood it. So if I had to like draw it again in the future, if I have to draw buildings, I think I have a different way of going about drawing buildings, especially ornate buildings. And Great Wall is the same way. I think I have it doesn't look like it doesn't explain anything on canvas. Like I didn't explain, but I think I have a refinement of the way I can draw buildings. Like I didn't think of it that way at first. Usually I think of the scaffold. I think of the scaffold and I create like a scaffold around it and then fill in the details. However, I think the buildings, I need to approach it somewhat differently, and it will like reduce the amount of like time it takes me to like pay attention to all the individual ones. And also like the emblem, right? The passport emblem also gave me a few ideas as well. It turned out pretty well as long as you don't like zoom in. I played around with the sketchiness. So if you zoom in, you're like, what the heck happened here? Like, what is this? These aren't even shapes. Like, these aren't even anything. That's how I was getting away with it. I was using, I was filling in the blanks and picking up patterns, very specific patterns on the castle and the Great Wall, so I don't have to like fill in all the details. Obviously, I didn't get to coloring it because, what are you, insane? All right, this time I am gonna get to color some of this, so we're gonna try to color some of this. All right. Okay. Only a train is coming up when I search for... Only a train is coming up. Okay. When I search for Odama. Interesting. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe they're proper names? Kodama are forest spirits. I figured maybe there's some sort of mysticism involved in Kodama. I'm pretty sure it's Kodama. So I figured there might be like some term with it. Alright, so let's just color block. I think we're gonna flow state this. We're totally gonna flow state this. And we're gonna lean on... We're gonna lean on like the mid... Maybe a bit of saturation. And then like on the more... Maybe a bit of saturation and more on the... More on the lighter side, whiter side of things. Okay. If you check Wikipedia, it shows... Oh, interesting. I see. Thanks for that. Yeah, interesting. If you search in English, it's the first result. Huh. Here's one funny one. If you guys want to see a funny behavior, because of Inktober, I searched up the word Trek. Go to Jisho, go to jisho.org and search up Trek and tell me what your first hit is. The second kanji there, oh, spirit, demon. Okay, spirit, demon. I see. Oh, and I see key. Okay, I see. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, Star Trek is the first hit. Star Trek is the first hit for Trek on G Show. That's why which one? This prompt, I decided not to go with Trek. I didn't want to use Trekkingu, Torekkingu either. So instead I went with traveling. You know, it can mean a lot of things, but the prompt was Trek. So I just went with Ryoko for this one. Let's see. Okay. So not quite white. Not quite. Hmm. Hmm. We're not gonna do this traditional. I'm not gonna do this like the way I typically do it. We're gonna do it a little bit more like a little bit more improvised. I want to be a little loose today. Stare into the eyes of, hopefully no one has like diphtheria or something, whatever it's called, trypophobia or something, tryptophobia, something like that. Hopefully no one has that. I understand how distressing soulless eyes may be. Bear with me. They'll become less soulless soon enough. Lessa panda. Panda. Lessa panda. Okay. Alright. Go with a bit more redshift. It'll all make sense in a bit. Right. Hmm. This is where the really soothing meditation part. Um, if you guys don't like drawing per se, I think there's one activity I feel is worth revisiting to feel young again. And that's like picking up a coloring book or something. Picking up a great set of color pencils, right? And then pick up like a material that you're used to. I mean, it could be Japanese, like a Japanese book or something, where you're learning like prompts and whatnot, and then just coloring along the way. Or involved in coloring. I think there's quite a lot of catharsis to the whole coloring process. Like you have the structure, right? The line art that someone provided is providing you with structure, and then you can intuit the color to give you like a form of self-expression. Here, I'm basically doing that now. The line art is the conception part, right? It's the construction, like the sentence construction and whatnot. It can be tough. It can be exhausting. You can't do it constantly because it's really exhausting. But coloring, on the other hand, is a different story. It's kind of like the reward for conceptualizing and constructing the stuff finally. So that's kind of how I feel about the coloring part. And I feel there is a chance that others might find it quite soothing. I mean, kids know where it's at, man. You know? Don't you, as in anyone, do you remember the old days when you're a little kid and it's just someone gives you like a coloring book or color pencil and you're just going to town, you know? Actually, this haven't ever happened to me. So I'm actually talking about this from an adult state. I wasn't given coloring books. I was given math books. My parents bought me math books. Textbooks were my jam. I made stories out of like textbook and whatnot most of the time. Have you guys tried to fully read something in Japanese? I tried Yotsuba and it was pretty rough, but one of the best experiences. Your I read graded readers, graded read, graded, uh, re- grade readers, like graded readers most of the time. That's about as much as I go. I like listening to Japanese, so most of the time I tend to listen to Japanese. Sometimes I try to read Japanese subtitles with the Japanese speech, see if it gets more and more comfortable as it goes along. Reading requires some time investment that I have not particularly invested yet. However, I do plan on playing video games with that. I tend to play text-rich video games. So that's where I'm going, as opposed to picking up a novel or something. And as a to keep in mind, or like something that's worth keeping in mind. You cannot read books that are either translated for commercial use or books that are not in public domain when you're streaming. I spend a lot of my time cultivating recording sessions, so I wouldn't be, even if I were doing it, I wouldn't be able to do it in a collective interest kind of way. I cannot do that. However, Lotus uses Lotus reads stuff. He like reads news and all that. Lotus is far more advanced than I am. I don't think I have any aspirations to do so. However, I'll keep that in mind. Yolt? Interesting. Can you tell me a little bit about Yotsuba? What color are we going with? I think we're gonna go with blue. Maybe we can add a little bit more to the shirt component. Be interesting. Oh, wrong color. Yeah, it's a little bit okay. Gonna look a little bit more interesting. Okay. Doesn't have to make sense. Doesn't have to make sense. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Let's go with something blue. Okay. Oh, that might be a little too blue. Let's step it back a little here. It's a little too blue. Alright. Where are you in your Japanese learning journey? Boston? Sounds like you're past the point of SRS and all that stuff. It's a slice of life manga about a girl named Yotsu. Right, slice of life. Relatively easy to read, but still was a good source of knowledge. Very nice. My long-term, like my sort of immediate goal when it comes to reading stuff is Like a Dragon. So, largely, the bigger picture, the bigger project and stuff is Like a Dragon, which is also unceremoniously slice of life as well. Yeah, you throw in the drama and the Yakuza and whatnot, but a great big majority of the dialogue and the text and the audio involves slice of life topics. And there's a lot of them. I'm preparing because there's gonna be a new Like a Dragon game next February. I really thought I had an additional year, but here we are. New Like a Dragon game soon. Also, Metaphor, new IP from Atlas Group, Studio O or Studio Zero. Studio Zero started a new IP. The people who were involved in Persona, so those are my major move towards Persona, Sega properties, Persona and Like a Dragon. I think we're gonna go with like that. Yeah. We're looking for like more of a fatigue, right? Like that. Yeah, that's a little better. I like it. Now I feel like I should have made the blue could have been a little bit more washed out. That's fine. I have played Persona. Well, I haven't played the recent Persona game. Back in the PlayStation 2 era, I was a Persona 3 fan, and I played Persona 4. I haven't played Persona 5 yet. And honestly, I didn't get a chance to touch the new Shin Megami Tensei remake / master kind of thing of 3. Shin Megami Tensei 3. And then now Metaphor is out soon. I think it's in 2 days. So plenty of slice of life-ish. Well, actually, Metaphor is not a slice of life. However, Persona is. So there's always revisiting Persona. I do have Persona the PlayStation Persona version. I forgot what it's called. And then there's the remastered, the reloaded Persona 3 Reloaded. So there's also that to look forward to. Also, I play a lot of deck builders. And what does deck builders have to do with that? Lots of times deck builders are localized to Japanese and Chinese because it's a major target audience. I mean, whoops, it goes without saying. I mean, I don't want to propagate stereotypes, but I absolutely love deck builders, puzzle games, sims, like simulations, micromanagement based building. Usually Japanese and Chinese market is a target audience for that kind of thing. Let's see. Not saying that other places don't enjoy that kind of thing. I just happen to line up with that. Yeah. I'll make this color. If we color block this, I don't think we need much more. I'll just put some accent here and there, and then we'll be good to go. Because we're at 2 hours, I want to keep it a little bit lower. I don't want to spend more than 4 hours. However, I kind of want to get a little bit quicker. A little quicker. Yeah, lots of slice of life stuff in Persona games as well. Of course, there's also visual novel games, right? The complete library of visual novel games. I own Steins Gate. There's Steins Gate. I don't have Clannad. However, most of the time when it comes to like those like storytelling games, I usually gravitate towards the retro pixel type of games. Like Rakuin. Rakuin, good example. I also have Omori. Omori, I haven't played Omori. I own it. You know, Steam user here. You collect a lot of things. Have a lot of stuff on the burner. We'll get to it when we get to it. No strong motivation. We'll get to it when we get to it. Hmm. Ah, what a lovely, what a way that color breathes life into things, you know? And it's all flat color, by the way. Most of this is being carried by the by the line art. Until we add a little bit of shadowing here and there. We'll make this pop. I think we're gonna go with the aggressive pop style kind of thing. What color is this go? We are building out our palette, our color palette. So that's always kind of nice, you know, building out our color palette. Let's see. We'll go with maybe something more washed out, right? Something like really kind of brown, but a bit more washed out. Maybe yellow? No. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think we're gonna make it one color. And we'll add the dimensions through shadowing and stuff. Good old effectiveness of color block. Usually, I do the line stuff at the end. However, this time I haven't. Ooh, alright. I don't want to take like maybe whoops. I don't want to take this color, but maybe like make it a little bit more vibrant. Or we can go like maybe like something like that. Yeah, that's fine. This is kind of more of a touch and go, so No real form here. Just dabble some green here and there. Make our plants a little friendlier. Breathe some life into our little planties. Ooh, I do see a glaring line. However, I'm not torn over it. I'm not torn over it. However, I think I know which layer this is. Just kidding, I don't. No. Third time's a charm. Okay. Alright. No one has to see that. I'll edit it out in post. Don't worry about it. Kidding. Kidding. We don't do editing here. What do you think I am? A content creator? Editing things out. That's for skilled content creators. They know how to edit things out. Alright, I guess like let's just hit the middle of the road and then we'll see what we do with it. Gonna have to fill out this rock formation. Ooh, actually, try to make it easier if I do this. Okay. Good old digital magic. All right. Oh, so what am I going to do with you? I think we're gonna color match, right? Like this. And I think maybe like yeah. Okay. Hmm. Okay. All right. I think. Yeah. Yeah. Everything just looks the same for now. Alright, fine. It's fine. We got this. Everything will make sense soon enough. Alright. Oh. It might get a little tricky getting depth properly. Although, because I've done so many landscapes this year, I've come to appreciate certain digital shortcuts that I'm probably gonna use. Which is nice, you know, experience. Experience goes a long way. Lots of experience. Well, kidding, I don't have that much experience, but enough experience to change things up. Alright, where are we going with this? I highly encourage people, if you're like using SRS or like some sort of Anki or something, draw something. Draw a picture for your flashcards, you know? Maybe only for your like troubled ones, maybe. Maybe just for the ones that you have trouble with. Who knows? Might be cool. It becomes your own thing, you know? Draw like a big picture. You draw like a big picture with as many chock full of stuff, you know? Chock full of stuff. Like there's so many things in this picture. I still don't have the kanji for it. Okay. Yeah. Ooh, should I do like ambient lighting? Ooh. This might be an opportunity to do ambient lighting, like bounce lights and stuff. Because this scene has opportunities for like reflection and specular highlights. Or, you know, fancy words. Specular highlights. Okay. Alright. We're almost done with color blocking. I think it's crazier to watch a more experienced artists just block the whole thing. Like gigantic brushes and using shortcuts for masking and stuff. And I'm still doing it the yield be careful way. Pretty amazing. Like full swipe zones and whatnot. Crazy cool. We'll slowly develop those skills with each passing year, you know. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. I did this the opposite. Did I? What was I thinking? Oh, it's more like this. Okay. Uh, uh, like, I don't know what I was thinking up here. Maybe just all green, but further in the distance, like that. Okay. Okay. Oh. This could get a little. Hmm. Okay. Let's. Okay. I think I can do it this way. So, I'm gonna draw some. Fighting. Yeah, we'll get that later. Um. Okay. Yes, I think we're just gonna go with waiting these guys out for now. Don't know how bright my scene is going to be. I could make these guys look like they're glowing or something. Dang it! I didn't lift my brush. It wouldn't have been that devastating. Red Panda is basically my cheat for the Chinese element. And then we can throw in like a bunch of anime references here and there if I run out of ideas. You know? We did hit a lot of landmarks already. Lots and lots of landmarks. I don't even know what tomorrow's prompt is. Hopefully it's something I can bank off. We already did fruit. We didn't do food yet though, like a food. I don't know if we're gonna have the opportunity to. Okay, I mean this looks fine. You know, it's kind of flat, but that's kind of like the charm of the thing, right? Technically, I think the quickest way I want to do this. Oh, you know what? I should put in a few more stones. Let's like frame out this thing. Actually, do I have room for a sky? Yeah, kinda. I don't know how I'm gonna do the sky yet. I am gonna put in a few more stones to like balance out the bottom corner here. Feels a little nakey. So just look, there's a happy little stone. Let's draw a little more girthier one. Oh, look. That stone's pretty happy. Peeping up. Here's another peeping stone. Who would have thought? Peeping stones. Okay, alright. Happy little stones. We got more happy little stones. There's a reason I want these stones here. Sort of. Kind of. No, actually really no reason other than adding a little bit more. Yeah, that's a little better. Alright. And then let's put some how should I go about this? I think uh uh well, I do want to white out this because I want to there's a reason why my canvas is like this off white color. It's largely so that I can use white in my in my composition. It kind of looks like paper. Oh. Yes. This can be slightly taken out of context, maybe. But, you know, once you hit the white, right? Once you hit the white and pure black, you can't really go back. It's kind of very difficult to go back. So I like to, and if you go full sat, like full saturated, you can't go back. It's, at least in my opinion, it's very difficult for me to go backwards. Like desaturate and white and black are technically, in my opinion, full saturation as well. So I don't make my canvas white or black. Before I used to though. I'm like, oh yeah, that's cool. Let's make the canvas black so it's like dark mode so I can, and then I'm like, oh, how do I do my line art then? Do I use a white pen? And then you encountered so many other problems like light sources and things that are actually white or maybe almost contestably white, like splashing water or running water. It's incredibly reflective. So what do you do? What do you do? I think we're just gonna be a little artful about that. We're gonna do a little bit of splashing white here and there. Do a little over these rocks. And then we're gonna go in and ground everything. Because we're missing something, right? We're missing reflections. And that gets a little tricky. I might cheat and do like just wavy color, a slightly wavy color. All right. So What can we do? We're only doing 2 stage things. How much time do I? I have like 30 an hour, 30 minutes to an hour. So let's do. Okay. Let's start with the shirt. Right. So we have this. Ooh, I get to use this marker. I like this. Let's use this tool this time. Rip. Wait. Oh. Oh, you know what? Since it's like, no, that doesn't do what it's kind of lighter. I want to use this tool, so. Ah, this is the good stuff right here. Ah, yeah. Ah, yeah. I can bots. Oh, I can get behind this. Oh yeah, I can definitely get behind this. I think I might have found my marker variant. Oh, I think I found my marker shader. It's kind of like my pencil version too. Uh, I might as well complete the thing, right? Yeah, so we're gonna go here. Cool. No, let's make the buttons. Nah. No, we're fine. Okay. The pantaloons. Sorry, had to cough. It's a little too aggressive. We're violating some directional lighting here, but that's okay. Okay. At least we're gonna move to something that is actually in the light. Okay. We're being as loosey-goosey as we can here. Okay. No, we'll do that later. Yeah, we're definitely going to blast this. Okay. So loosey goosey, super loosey goosey. Hmm. I was keeping these separate, but excellent. Went too far out. Okay. Okay. I think we're gonna probably pop these guys out. Okay. All right. Gotta go fast. Okay. Hmm. Okay. uh. Oops. Okay. All right. Okay. That's a little too low. That's fine. Okay. Oh, okay. Hmm. Oh, it's this. I think we were doing this, right? Okay. Oops. Okay. All right. So we completed. Uh, or no. Well, let's place some really gnarly. Oops. Uh. Oh. Oh no. My brush is bugged out. Uh-oh. Okay. We're better. We're back. We're gonna do some intense directional stuff. We'll get it to pop a little bit more, you know? Do you like the pop? Nothing too crazy. All right. That's pretty good. Looks good. Guy looks adorable. All right. I think these guys are just gonna be flat. So, coloring in the rest of the environment, I suppose. This one's kind of tricky. Okay. All right. So, huh. It's gonna do really, really like quick and dirty. I only have to consider that the light source is coming from one direction. And then everything else would be... Everything will look okay. As long as I keep it relatively in the same direction. Directional lighting is my crutch. Okay. And of course, I'm like kinda trying to separate if they overlap with each other. Most of these were drawn in a way that they didn't overlap with each other, so that's kind of nice. It does. It's it works on its own, since they don't overlap with each other. Gotta. Gotta touch one side, touch the other side. Fill it out, you know, fill it out. Where you think the light's gonna hit, where you... Okay. Alright. Now let's do below this. Actually, ooh. Ooh. Okay. How fancy are we going with this one? Probably... Oh, rip. Oh, this is gonna be tough. Alright, that's fine. Okay. Eh, that's good enough. Um, okay. So now the dude is grounded. Ugh. All right. So now I gotta do the same thing for everything else. All right. Hmm. We're not gonna worry about the water right now. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Uh. Uh. Okay. All right. All right. Actually, too much. It's like meh, meh. Um. Hmm. Oh no. Where are these guys at? Oh no. What the? Oh, that's fine. It's gonna get covered. Okay. Well, we'll go back to those in a bit. Actually. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Go over here. Um, kind of like a. So maybe. Boy howdy. Hmm. I think I have to add quite a lot of. I'll think about it. Hmm. Oof. Running out of time. Okay. Fast. Um. Oh, go back around. Hmm. Well, you know, they're kind of, nah, well, they're kind, all right, all right. They're actually spirits, so do they even cast shadows? Okay. Uh, we're getting there. Okay. Now, yeesh. Okay. We're gonna go with. We'll just do like a light, or like a light darkened. What is that? No, no, no. Where are you at? Um, why are you here? What, what is this? Okay, all right. Hmm. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, that's fine. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Kind of looks flat. Oh no. What happened? Oh. No. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Wait. What happened? Oh, did I? No, I'm pretty sure I did. Oh no. Something terrible happened. Something really terrible happened. Oh. Uh... We'll just color back the... Yeah. Right. Yeah, we'll just color back those guys. I might have accidentally slipped and... I might have accidentally slipped and placed the thing, moved the layers. It's fine. Yeah, I can't be bothered with this landscape. Why? Why did I decide to do a landscape? I don't like... Why? The alternative is to like break out the airbrush, right? Break out the airbrush and go to town and then call it a day. Why don't I do that? I have no idea. I don't know. You know? No idea. That help. It's fine. It's fine, right? It's fine. I'm not triggered by my goof. Okay. Gonna do a few other things. Maybe I'll give it another 30 minutes. At 3:30? Okay. All right. Okay. So. Too much? Much. Okay. Um. Let's see. We gotta do. Hmm. Good. Oh. Hmm. 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 this. What software is this? It's Krita. We're using Krita. Okay. Pretty big rush job near the end. We can touch up some other stuff like. Oh, how do I do that? Oops. Maybe this here. We'll push it back a little. And maybe these things will push back a little. Push those back a little. Provide a little contrast. Okay. Is Duolingo like actually good? It's as good as the user. Mileage may vary. Mileage may vary. Okay, and I forgot about this part. There's certainly a glass ceiling. How is my experience? Well, I'm still using it. So, positive, I suppose. It's useful. It'd be very difficult to summarize over 3,000 hours of stuff. So, it's useful. Is there any particular question? Maybe something a little... Is there a particular thing you're interested in asking about Duolingo? Perhaps that I would be able to share some thoughts on? Maybe like describe something about your curiosity about it, what your exposure or understanding of Duolingo is, something like that. The word actually kind of gives away a little bit of some of that. Are you able to like converse with people? No, because from Duolingo, no, because you don't do any conversation with people. There's a specific question. I mean, we have conversations. I don't have trouble conversing with people regardless of the language, so you're probably asking, can I converse with people with the target language? The answer is technically yes, but not specific enough. The question is not specific enough. Where did I place you? Oh, wait. All right. Where did we place this thing? Hold. I'm basically makeshifting my the effects because I'm too lazy to go and do the images. So let's do it this way. Like we're totally improvising now. Just to mirror some of the texture the quickest and most improvised way I can think of. Yeah. Good enough. Good enough. I was gonna go back and Maybe add a few lines here and there. Or 19 minutes. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. All right, that's fine. As long as they're in a particular direction, right? You can give the appearance. This is the difference. I'm using like different stroke patterns. One's like jagged, right? One's jagged to get like the rock kind of thing. And the other one is like curly-ish to get to separate the two. Actually. Okay. That's a little bit more. That's a little bit more balanced. Okay. All right. Not too bad. Oh, you know what? I don't usually do this too often. Don't have time, right? However, we're just gonna fill it out where we think there are going to be marks. What else can we do? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, and oops, wrong direction. Hmm. Okay. Uh, nah, that's fine. Hey, all right, all right. That's good enough. We touched it up, you know. All right, pretty good. All right. So, what was the prompt? Hike? Dang it. We're gonna end up writing hiking. Uh, I think we're gonna end up writing hiking. Okay. All right. Actually, go to hike. Oh, no. That's hike as in a hike. Not that hike. Rejection to take a hike? Oh boy. Oh, to hike someone? Oh no. One's weak spot? Oh no. There's so many. Uh Dang. Um I think we're stuck with hiking. Yeah, I think we're stuck with hiking. All right, I'll make an we try to stay away, but we've kind of exhausted other implicit ways of saying like hike, traveling, discovery. There's all the basic ones, so I guess we'll stick with. All right, this is as good as of a place. Hmm. Okay, let's break out our brush. Are you, I don't know, Boiler's still here, but are you interested in learning languages per se? My response varies from what Paulson said. I disagree with Paulson because it's a spectrum. Knowing that I've used more than one language on Duolingo, however, it is quite varied when it depends on your language. I imagine Paulson might have something to do with talking about the Japanese course. I don't necessarily agree for other specific courses. It might be worse, it might be more. Depends on your poison. And then complementary things when it comes to core and whatnot. I don't think there's a singular tool that actually covers the whole spectrum. There are things that complement. It's not more of a substitution or displacement, but more of a complement approach. So it's part of all the tools available. I think that using the word basics and foundations is would be a disservice to what I think about the learning process. There are a lot of experienced people who lack foundations or basics. So I don't necessarily think using the word basics is very informative. Personal perspective. We're being really serious about language learning. Those having conversation about it. Hiking. Wait. Yeah. Oh, that's so spaced out. It's okay. Hence why I tend to emphasize you gotta be more specific with questions. Otherwise, giving a general response like, oh, yeah, let's hand wave, and yeah, a general response would be sufficient, but I don't necessarily think it's informative most of the time. Okay. Hike in Chinese. Do I know hike in Chinese? No, I do not. It's more like running and walking in the nature is probably a phrase I would use. Oh, wow. Holy, Google Translate has some additional languages. What the heck? Whoa. Must be with the Gemini update. Dang. Wait. Did they have Fujianese? Wait. I see some super rare ones. Do they have Fujianese? Fijian? Oh, come on. No Fujianese. No, there's no Fujianese. Right. There's Farsi. That's interesting. Oh, come on. There's so many. Look at these. Oh, what is Enko? N and Ko. What language is that? Fulani? Wait. How about Hokkien? Is Hokkien listed? No Hokkien. Okay, so no Chinese dialects. Interesting. There's some pretty fun ones in there though. All right, let's see if Google Translate can help me out with listening. Like Yuan Zu Yuan Zu Yuan Zu Yuan Zu Yuan Zu Yuan Zu Zu Yuan Zu. No, that doesn't sound familiar. Although, does it make sense? It's Yuan Bar and Zu. Doesn't look like walk or climbing or something. There's excursion. What is... Oh, hike, excursion, picnic, sachet. Alright, I'm gonna need a second opinion here. What is a hike called? Trekking. A trek was one of the prompts. It was 2 prompts ago. Running out of ideas. How to say hike? Okay, we got a few choices. Oh, Yuanzu. Yuanzu. Yuan. Yeah, Yuanzu. 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 I'm gonna stick with Yuanzu. What is the other one? Tu bu 旅行. Oh, 徒步旅行. Oh, that makes that's more intuitive to me. You have walk and traveling. I don't actually know what to that character to. Interesting. And then there's Pashan. Oh, Pashan. Oh, that's more like mountain climbing though. Yeah, Pashan as in something mountain, like kind of like climbing up the mountain or like hiking up a mountain. I get it. Like, we got choices. Oh, okay. Somebody said they haven't ever seen Yuanzu. Interesting. Let's go look at it a little bit more. Nothing like learning vocabulary while you're at it. I think it's less popular in Western countries. I'm not sure about it. Chinese people usually climb mountains with paved roads, stairs, or fences. Yeah. Rather than climbing mountains or going to other places without any facility. Yuanzu is a good translation as king. While the word is not as frequently used in daily life as the English word hiking, because hiking is not popular in China. As a result, my friends in Canada always mix the term hiking in English in our conversation in Chinese. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. Recreational. I don't know if it's an old meme at this point, but E.T. Pa Xiang Ma. Wow, that's kind of dark actually. I would use, unfortunately I live in Shanghai where it's rather flat. Okay. Oh, most people, oh wow. There's split. Interesting. Paxiang? Okay. I'll go with Paxiang. Yuanzu. The recently issued Pimsleur Mandarin 5 teaches Yuanzu in regards to hike or hiking. I mean to walk for pleasure for an extended time. Okay. Chinese friends from uniformly say they never say Yuanzu. A few noted Yuanzu is used in writing. One from Taiwan would be okay. I asked them if they use the Yuanzu, and most struggled to give an answer, and some could not because they weren't a straightforward answer. I thought it might be to hear all the perspectives. Yeah. See, this is what I mean by the natural, native, the whole like native fallacy and native speaker, what's natural, what isn't, and whatnot. As the language begins to proliferate and expand, it's not necessarily that things are unnatural or natural. It's also a literal cultural difference. And in my opinion, I kind of see the attraction of Yuanzu yuanzu as opposed to 爬箱, because if I said hiking, right, as a person from the United States, hiking doesn't necessarily mean going up a mountain. And lots of times it can be confusing per se, not for the sake of the execution of the language, but it can be confusing because there is no use for a term like that kind of thing. And that's kind of the whole like lost in translation kind of thingy mabob. Anyways, I think we're going is in honor of maybe I seem to recall asking and being told to use what? That's the only term you come across. Wait. 1 out of 1 person I asked said Yuanzu. She's from... Okay, well, she's actually... Yeah, see, these forums, these threads, it's like, I never heard this. They never say that. People always say this. And then, meanwhile, the thread is like 400 pages long of people contradicting each other. So clearly everyone who said never and always are incorrect. Like saying absolute and or be all, these type of internet conversations, I tell you. Social normative. We'll go with Pashan, which is basically what Lotus did earlier today too. He said mountain climbing in Japanese. What was it? Yama no something ri. Wait. Hold. Yama no bari. Yama no bari. Or Yama no bari. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't heard the term before, so I don't know where I'm going off of. And hiking doesn't necessarily involve mountain climbing, so again, definition kind of thing. Okay. So that's kind of funny that Pimsler suggested that. Dung. Oh my gosh. Oh, I get it. Oh, that's what that character is. So to mountain climb is the common phrase. It's actually the same in Japanese. Yeah. The phrase that it's in the reverse order. So here's an interesting part. Maybe I'll do it for the sake of Lotus here. We'll do this in honor of Lotus, I suppose. Another learning lesson for me. So another way to say it is basically the reverse of the Japanese one. You know, I kind of feel like writing that instead. Nah, we'll only have to write it once. So interesting. Language is so interesting. Well, that didn't help much, did it? Yeah. Deng Shan. Let me see. To climb a mountain, yeah. Dun Shang, which is Yama nobody in reverse. Like without drop the ri and reverse the characters. And you got Danshang, the mountain climb. Ugh. Oh my gosh. And then we have Paxiang. Oh, I mean, here it is too. You know what? I'm gonna be a rebel. We're gonna learn those others again. So I'm gonna be a rebel. Let's do Yuan Zhu. After I talk to myself like 10 minutes about it. I think there's a story behind this. So I'm gonna be a rebel here. Much like the way I learned Japanese and Chinese. The more memorable, the more stories. Okay. Yuan. Whoops. See, here's my thought about this situation, right? So you say, oh yeah, how do I express? How do I, people talk about, oh, if you're conversational, you're going to be able to express what you want to say. Well, here's one of the situations where I'm not too convinced that a native speaker, for example, that lacks experience with something would have the term for it, or would be reflexive of the term for it. Like, for example, if someone asked me, how do I say backflip in English, or I can't say something that I don't do, like say something that I don't do very often, but they do in their country, like, I don't know. Say I don't know the word for like mountaineering or something. And the language certainly is capable of saying it, but the culture would not make it common. So whether you express the understanding of the language or not, when you say what you're trying to express as closely as possible, it doesn't necessarily mean you don't understand the language, but you don't understand the culture. So that is a different thing. And it's a culture clash because you're a foreigner. So like you would ask someone like, oh, where do you go hiking? And maybe they'll say like, well, what the heck is that? Oh, do you mean mountain climbing? Like, you might not actually mean mountain climbing. Like, although with that said, if you're in China and you're going hiking, I guess mountain climbing is the thing. So the question is, who's not expressing what, right? Anyways, I have a story about this. So maybe in the future, someone who comes up and say like, you do know no Chinese people ever say this, and I'm like, okay, that's cool. I knew. There's a difference between knowing with intent and not knowing without context. So we're gonna go with this. I think this is kind of a fun story to talk about in the future. I'm sure we'll encounter mountain climbing since Lotus already introduced it. It's the same two characters. It's such a coincidence. It'll be interesting, like hike. See, oh, you know what's another great thing about this lesson or this word search? It shows you, in my opinion, here's a great thing. This demonstrates a great contrast, in my opinion, between the Japanese writing system and like other things, like the Japanese language and the Chinese language, where hiking, right? When you have hiking, You're like, oh, but we have other ways to express, like mountain climbing and stuff. Hiking may involve them. However, if just so happens you're referring to the Americanized or Westernized, I don't know, essence of hiking, you could use katakana and say hiking, right? Which you can't do. You don't do it. Actually, ha, wait, hi. Well, you could say hi, hike. Yeah, you could write hike though, like in phonetics. You could use like the phonetic character. Hi, like hi is fine. You can use hi and then k. Hike, hike, which would communicate the same thing too. That's kind of not having katakana like a separate system for it. It's pretty neat. All right, maybe we'll see. Now I'm curious. Is Duolingo going to hike is hiking hiking, like going on a hike is already introduced in the Japanese course. It's a common activity, right, for traveling and whatnot. So I'm curious which they're probably gonna give all three, like 2 or 3 different ways to say hike, but I'm curious which one they're gonna pick. Are they gonna pick this one? Yanzu, 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 Yanzu. Yeah, Zu. Yeah, Yuanzu, or like Pashan. It's probably gonna be Pashan. Or Dunshan. It's one of those. Possibly. Don't want to anger the native speakers, right? Okay. Here we are. Where are we gonna write our... Probably here. What's this prompt? Are we really only 8 days in? Ooh, 8 days in. Not even, not even a third the way. Boy, I think it turned out pretty well. It's not bad. I do need to get rid of this little mark here. It's really, it's so distracting. Hold up. Okay. There we go. Not bad, not bad. Not bad, not bad. Pretty cute, I think. Alright, let's save this. Okay. I wanted to end on like a thought. I like reflecting on I quite enjoy reflecting on stuff. Otherwise, I wouldn't choose to do something if I didn't want to reflect on something. In my opinion, it breathes meaning to things. Like oh. Excuse me. 8. Like. Alright. We're good to go. Hey. Let's change gears here. Thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna be back tomorrow for another prompt. So we have 2 more prompt days, and then I gotta leave for 3 days for a wedding, and then somehow, some way, we gotta make up those 3 prompts when we come back. Probably could be like delegating different strategies to increasing the workflow temporarily. Okay. That said, let's get to language learning. Switching gears.